Teresa, I did what? Okay, guys, Jerry says it's looking better. And I've got a symbol that says that I was, my stream health is good, so we should be all right. Hello, everyone, again. Teresa, I flashed you. I didn't mean to. Hi, Lisa. Thanks, guys. I'm hoping that looks better. Teresa says it looks better. Cheryl, when you pop back in, and Janet, thank you very much for posting both links and everything for me. And hi, Lori. Oh, I already got a thumbs down. I must be doing something right. Yep, must be. Oops. Thought I had them all upside down. Oops. Hi, Creative Therapy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a bad stream for some reason. Teresa, try changing your settings. There's a little, when you take your cursor down to the bottom of the video, there's a little, like, it looks like a little wheel or cog or gear. If you click on that, make sure your HD rate is not too high or too low, and that might help. Usually, I think I use around 720 or 480. Yeah, Jerry, finger slip. I have done that and then realized what happened and gone right back and fixed it. So, but also this is a new stream, so that might be worth doing it. Okay, Lisa. Teresa, that's fine. Don't worry about it. 360. Okay. If 360 what doesn't work, go up to, yeah. Go up a little bit. I broadcast it at 720, but that doesn't mean it always goes out at 720. I want to tell you all I have 6 packages for the oops, that one's got a 6 packages for the tissue swap, and I wanted to tell you who they came from. I haven't actually opened all of them because as long as they're in there, I'm good with that. So I'm not opening them necessarily. But I wanted to tell Christy that I got hers, and I thought this one was fun. This one came from Beth. It says, "Please deliver to the most beautiful Tanya McGuire," and there's little flowers in there too. So I haven't opened it, Beth, but I've got it. And this one came from, okay, not sure, because it came from Eureka, California. So if you're from Eureka, California, I've got yours. And Sharon Lombard's came. So I now have 6 people in the swap already. So we're going gangbusters there, guys. Janet, did I say hello to you? Susan, I don't think I said hello to you. Hello, guys, and I'm sorry. And Creative Therapy, is there a name I should try to remember for you? It's a swap. Yes, it's a tissue paper swap. Here, I'll open up one of the, I have one of them open. I'll show you. Let's see whose is open here. Oh, I know I had one of them open. There we go. This one's Sharon's, and there is a video. Sunny. Okay, Sunny. I thought I'll try to remember. I'm not always really good with that, but I will try to remember. Hello, Marianne. There is a video, and oh yeah, you stamp on the dull side, Lisa. there's a video about how to do this and how the swap works. But we're using 10-inch squares. Let me move some of this mess. 10-inch squares of tissue paper, and this is inexpensive white tissue paper, and you can even get it at the Dollar Tree. It's just gift tissue. One side of the tissue is usually dull and the other side is usually shiny, which I can't really show you on camera, but it is. When there's ways to stamp, because if you stamp, especially like if you're using one of these craft mats, the ink that gets on this craft mat will bleed right back up through it. So you want to make sure you've got something under there to collect the ink. You take 8 10-inch squares and you stamp the same stamps on. It's hard to see. Let me get 2 out here. You stamp the same images on it. You see how we've got 2 teacups and a tea pitcher, and then you send 8 squares that are just alike to me. And to send them to me, all you have to do is message me. My email is always in the video description, and Janet just posted the video of it. And then you send me in a legal size envelope with 1 stamp. Those 8 tissues will send for that. You send me a self-addressed stamp envelope, and I don't want to show this to you because it's got Sharon's address on it. So you send me these 8 tissues, this self-addressed stamped envelope in a legal envelope, and then on or the day after or so, April 15th, I will be swapping them all out, putting 8 different images in your envelope and sending them all back to you. And Sharon, you do have to have permanent ink. I use a Stays-On ink pad because it's solvent ink and it's permanent. Now, the Distress inks are water-based and they're not permanent. Lisa, you use archival ink. It's permanent, isn't it? Teresa, try going to 480 and see what happens. Oh, you're right. My stream's gone again. I'm sorry, guys. That's apparently the way it's going to be. Okay, Lisa says that archival ink is permanent, and therefore Stays-On ink, archival ink, but something that's permanent and black or brown. But there's a whole video, and Janet posted the link. Guys, I can't do much about it. I'm sorry that it's choppy today. Yes, and the tissue needs to be white, Sunny, because there's a second video on how we use how to use those things. And the reason that we do a lot of tissue paper stamping, let me see if I can find something that has it. Unfortunately, my little book is still at the library. When you stamp on tissue paper, and I don't even have a piece out here, but when you stamp on tissue paper and you say I'm going to put it on this design, then my stamping design laid over and Mod Podge down, or it will no, they're 10-inch squares, and you mail me 8 that are 8 10-inch squares that are the same. Thank you, Janet. Yes, I do appreciate a thumbs up. And guys, I'm sorry about my bad stream, but that's the best I can do right now. Apparently, that's the way it's going to be today. Let me double check my connections. Yeah, and I'm trying to think. I'll be right back. Oh. I remembered something that has it in there, so. And not this. I used some in my little bank book that we did in our hangout. This image right here, and let me bring you in a little closer. Shoot. Thank you, Jan. And Sunny, Janet has linked to how to use it. But if you see this image right here, and especially this part, these are the words from the bank book underneath, and this tissue paper is laid over the top and then collaged down. And by doing that, I get the images from the bank book behind the image. And to actually take my stamp and stamp on there would have been near impossible because this book was so three-dimensional. And always ask questions. The only bad question is one that's not asked. So there's that one. Give me just a second. I had some more. I think maybe, okay, this back one. Back one may be it. And see there again, it's there to have stamped, to have actually put my stamp on there. There would have been no way to get it smooth. So by stamping on the tissue paper and then collaging the tissue paper down, it goes down smooth. And it's about the layering of and collaging of things. Sunny, we may be going to use them in some things. I have some ideas for some things I'd like to do. Okay, where did I take that from? I forgot. I think it was right here on this front page. No, it wasn't. What did I do? Oh, here's another one. This one, and there was actual paint and stuff underneath this one. There would have been no way to have stamped on that paint without it being all funky. So I'm just going to put it back right here. But I have some ideas for some things, but I use that kind of images all the time. Sometimes I just have to stamp them on. Oh, that's not cute. We want to put the cute part of the thing up. There we go. Sometimes I just stamp them ahead of time, but usually I have an idea and I'll get out my stamps and I stamp them on the tissue paper. So this is to share images, which, we have to watch, and then to be able to use them in our collage. Hi, Irma. And you have until April 15th to get them here. Hi, Barb. So that's lots of time to get them done and get them here. And the video explains what you need, and if you have any questions, send me a message. Okay, I was not watching chat, guys. If anybody has come in and I missed you, hello, hello. I'm glad you're here. Is Mary here yet? I haven't seen Mary pop in. Is Mary going to get to be here? I hate starting without her. Oh, I'm going to back you back out a little bit here. Okay, there she is. Okay, who all is going to play today? And Cheryl's back, and Giovanni is here. And my stream is bad again. So, guys, it's going to be in and out from the looks of it. I apologize. Mary's playing. Lisa's playing. Kendra's playing. Barb's playing. Hi, Sherry. Okay, Deborah's playing. Dawn's going to try. Okay, sweetie. Barb's playing. So oh, she has to go. No, no, no. You don't need to do the tissue paper today. Oh, no, 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 no. Sherry's going to play if she can. Marianne, we're going to work on a page for our Totally Junk journal. This is our Totally Junk journal. Well, this is mine, I should say. This is 22 weeks, I have been informed, because I made a boo-boo. For the last 22 weeks, minus yet last week, and thanks, guys, for understanding, we have done a project in our Totally Junk journal, and I make the project so that it stands independently and you can just put it into your journal. This is a waterfall flip that we did. This is a pop-up that we did, which you can't see, but it pops up. And some paper quilting, a niche, and you're still in too close. Oh, let me see. Why is that not backing out? Okay. Okay, Lisa, I'm gonna show the girls this a little bit. But see, now I have some room right here to put something. So today's project will probably go right there. And so each week we do something that we can stick in this book. And these are our Art Deco windows. And each week I do it with stuff that is junk, like junk mail. These are junk mail envelopes. This is some tissue or some thread that came and some stuff that my mother-in-law's house. These are magazine pages, and this is cereal box. This is a fun thing. This was a lunch bag project that we did. Oh, why are you not going back down? There we go. These are things that are falling out right now. But this over here, it folds out and you could write on it. But it's also a pocket. This is a little book we made with some envelopes, some junk mail envelopes. Another tag. These are some fun fold out things that you could, they're little journal spots. So like I said, each week we have done some different things, and we've been doing it now for 22 weeks. We're going to actually, I'm going to take this out of here because I'm going to actually work on this a little bit later too. We're going to do a couple things today. And mine is just on here with elastic because I haven't gotten it ready to bind yet. It's still growing, so until I have all the pages that will fit in here, I'm just holding it in with some elastic. Hi, Joey. So that is our project. And I'm going to put this back there too. Okay, Holly's here. Okay, guys. What's this? Oh, that's my measurements I need to keep. Oh, this is a pop-up that we made. I mean, it was just a sample to explain what I was doing. So for today, we need, for right now, we need a piece of reasonably heavy cardstock that's folded, pretty good size. It has to fit on our page. Just a minute, I should have gotten that page out. Okay, so this piece of cardstock, and this is just an advertising actually it's a fundraiser, and it's a lightweight card, and it's just a card that came in the mail, and it will fit on my page. Okay. Yeah, and I'm sorry I missed the Zoom yesterday, guys, but I went off with hubby to the art show, so. Okay, Jerry, we'll see you later. Rest muscles tonight. And yes, Sonny, what you want to do is you want to just jump in. You don't feel like you have to go back and do the old projects. Start with today's project. If you don't have a page, this happens to be a page that has some cardboard, like cereal box cardboard on one side, and the cereal box comes around, makes a flap, and then I put in a piece of grocery store bag. But any paper will do, as long as it's a little bit heavier than copy paper. And that just makes a page. And when it makes a page like this, it'll fit in your signature, and we can do our project on it. And then next week we'll do a new one. Sherry, I missed they Zoom a lot on Saturdays, so I don't get to come much either, because Saturdays I have 2 Saturdays a month I have meetings, and then we often do things on Saturday, like going to the Fairhope Art Show yesterday. So, okay, Sonny, here's the deal. My pages fit in my book. Oh, blast. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think I have another one. Here's another one. My metal ruler's across the room. This book is 10 inches tall by 9 inches across. And we didn't make the cover for several weeks because of pages. Your pages can be any size you want. This particular page is 9.5 by 7.5. Sometimes I use little pages, like the size of an envelope. The thing of it is just make it, you can make your cover to fit the pages, and then after that I've just made the pages sort of fit in. They Jerry sends a reminder a day or two before, as far as the Zoom goes. But Sonny, you kind of just work to whatever size you would like to make it be. So if you don't have a page yet, don't worry. We're going to make our project. This particular piece is 6.5 by 10 folded, so it's 6.5 by 5, and it's just because I'm using it because it's what I have. Okay. Oh, yeah, Holly, that will not help. So we're going to need this piece that's folded in half, and it's just like a card, and it needs to fit on your page, and therefore whatever page you're going to use. And since you don't have a page yet, Sunny, just take a piece of like brown paper bag or something like that and fold it in half. Okay. Guys, is my stream a little better now? Because it's saying that my stream health is better. Okay, so then what we need is, this is one piece. Okay, I'm looking good. All right. Yes, totally junk journal. That's why we use. Okay, good. And this piece of cardboard, this second piece, it needs to be a little bit sturdier. So this piece is, it doesn't need to be, this piece is thin. It's not really cardstock. It's just heavy paper. This one needs to be like cardstock. Okay. Hi, Zoe. Hi, Susan. And what we need for it to do is, we need for the second piece to fit inside the first piece. So I've got to cut off a little. And another thing, Sunny, is we don't use a lot of fancy tools because the whole point of this project was to use what we had and not have to go buy a bunch of stuff. So now I do use my paper trimmer some, but a lot of times I just use scissors. So I'm going to cut this piece off. Like so. And it fits in here now, almost. It doesn't fit very well. Let me cut it again. And we're going to fold it in half lengthwise. And I'm gonna burnish it down so that it stays folded good. So now I have two pieces. I have this piece and that piece, and this piece has to go in here. It has to fit. Okay? When you guys get that ready, let me know. Yes, 0 to low investment. Yes. Not lunch. Believe me, I have art supplies. But this particular project is about those that don't and those that have stuff. Yes, we'll go through glue sticks like crazy. I use 3 different kinds of glue. I use tacky glue, I use glue stick, and I have this Tombow mono glue, which I use a lot. Last 2 weeks ago, I asked you to have some double stick tape, but for the most part it's glue sticks. And oh yes, happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. So when you guys get your 2 pieces like this done, let me know. Say ready. And that's what we do, Sunny. When the girls have their stuff and they're ready, then they tell me ready. Well, congratulations, Eva. She's getting all grown up, though. Okay, I've got River, Deborah, Patricia, and Kendra all ready. And Sunny's ready. Well, Mary, we've got a few others that aren't ready yet. Okay, Teresa. Hi, Joan. Dawn's ready. Okay, the reason this piece needs to be pretty sturdy is this is going to be our backbone sort of thing. We're going to make another pop-up. This one's a little different than the last one. So, okay, Barb's ready. The scroller's gone by too awful fast, and I'm not sure who's ready and who isn't, but the reason this has to go in here is that this is going to create our pop-up pieces. And this is a little different kind of pop-up than the last one. So what we have to do is we're going to cut some lines in this, but I need you to watch everything I do before you start. I'm going to draw them on here and then cut them, and then I'll show you what happens. Because if you know what happens, then it's a little easier to figure it out. These actually will be something we attach our pieces to. So what we want is 2 lines the same length. So I'm going to cut this, and you see they both come down to here. Then I'm going to cut this one longer. These are about a ½ an inch apart. And I'm not worrying over this. Now, if I were doing this to do a real fancy piece, okay, Jerry says the pop-up was fun, guys, but the slider was not. So, but don't get it too far down. See here, I've stopped that one there. But each set of lines that are about a ½ an inch apart have to have, and you don't cut that. We're just going to cut. Oh, I did that funny. Now it's going to be hard to figure out. Let me cut it and show you. I'm just going to cut the 2 parallel lines. I'm not going to cut the other piece. Okay. And yeah, straight would be nice, but I'm not going to worry about it. They're all right. Okay, now this piece I'm going to fold up like so, and so, and so, and then I'm going to fold it back the other direction. Okay, now when I open this up, I can push the little pieces that I cut up. Can you see them? Let me do them this way. Let me do them this way because I can color them for you. Just a second. Let me fold it. this way. Okay, now I'll color them. Okay. Do you see that? Does it make sense? Okay, let me bring it in a little closer here. So when it's closed, this one does stick out. That's fine. But then when it opens, you see there's a oh, Jerry. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to put this piece in here inside my other piece so that when I open it, I have these pieces right here that are popped out. Now, why would I put you out, Patricia? Okay, see? So, when it opens, let me see if I can do it here. Let me think. Okay, so if it's sat on my page, it's on my page. I've got it on my page like this. I'm going to stand my page up for you, okay? So it's standing up. When it opens, do you see? And we're going to decorate it so that these things pop up. So what we need to decorate is, we need to decorate, and it's easiest, honestly, to decorate it in two pieces. I'm going to decorate the bottom and then the top piece. Okay? Jerry, I don't know about y'all. Let me find some images and give you an idea of where we're headed. Oh, this is not what I'm going to use, but we'll just pretend. I have that new repositionable glue stick, so I can use it. Well, I did have it. Apparently I don't anymore. Okay, well. See, so, see how they stand out? Yeah, they're whiny today, Barb. So, you kind of want to turn this into a scene, maybe, or not. It's up to you what you do with it. But, like, Oh, you know what? That might be fun to just do it that way. Yep, yep. Oh, that would be fun. This one has a piece of tape stuck to it, so it's probably no good anymore. Well, that'll work real well. We'll use that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick this on the back. Then I'm going to use a knife to cut through this. No, it's not dinosaurs. It is rocks. I may have to use my scissors to cut through it because you guys might not have a knife, so I'll show you how to cut through it with my scissors. I'm just putting lots of glue on it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right where I cut it before, I'm going to cut it again because I'm cutting through the paper. Okay. Now they'll pop out. Like so. See? So now this time we don't want to put glue on these little pieces because I'm now going to glue this in here. Okay? So I have to be careful not to get glue on my little tabby things, which means I need some scrap paper. When you push it into your card piece, you want to make sure it goes in centered. Like so. And now I have to get glue on this side. And I got glue sticking around. And Jerry admitted you had fun making the pop-up. Plus you guys got to see me make a mistake. Ta-da! Now I have to cut off this excess. Boy, that was made a simple background. Beth came and I missed her coming in. Hello, Beth. Now you can't see the little pop-up pieces very well, but they're right here, and right here. So when everybody gets their base ready, let me know and I'll explain about how you get your next pieces in there. And what we want to do to make our pieces stand on there. Thank you, Eva. And the background, it went in really easy by having that big background. But if you don't, what you have to do is you have to think about your piece as this being the top and this being the bottom. And you know, you can put any background on there. But you need the two pieces, the outside piece and this inside piece. So I'm gonna now, if anybody's having trouble with it, you just need to tell me and I'll see what I can do to help. I might actually use the butterflies. That might be fun. If I need to explain it again, let me know. The boxes have been really pretty. Yes, I agree with Eva. They're gorgeous boxes that the girls did yesterday. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we'll make this lady ride the boat across the rocks. That would be fun too. When you guys get finished, tell me ready. I did do a lot sort of quickly. I'm sorry. What else? Those of you that aren't playing, what are you doing? I know Jerry's having to move stuff. Deborah's ready. Brittany's playing a video game while she watches. Okay. A key tag. Well, Holly, that's cool. That means you're cleaning, though, and that would not be what I would be doing at all. Mm-mm. And Mary's doing WOR. Dawn's ready. Giovanni, yeah, I don't know about that. Watching, yes. The other part, I'm not so sure. I think it's more lack of sleep than anything. Yeah, I agree, Marianne. I'm not sure what she means by WOR. Well, Sunny, I'm glad. That sounds fun. Like I said, this project will then go in your book. Just now, for that matter, this is a cool card project. And you can send them out in the mail as long as your images don't end up sticking out past your card. Or your envelope is bigger. That's all that matters. Yeah, I know, Holly. Me too. Oh. Beth, I think she's working on her project because she was playing along, I thought. So she's just busy working. So, no, Patricia, don't do that yet. If you do, then there's a little issue. They need to be stabilized a little bit first. So let's everybody get this part, and then I'm going to discuss the images and how they behave, so that you don't have a problem. Only problem is I forgot something. I'll be right back. Oh, that's not going to be heavy enough. Okay, Mary's caught up. I haven't seen Kendra say she's ready, and Barb, I haven't seen Barb, so we'll give them a few minutes. Kendra's ready. Beth, that's the nice thing of having a very messy mother. My mother's way worse than me. And Lisa's working on it. Barb's ready. Deborah, you said you were ready, aren't you? Sunny, are you close to being ready? I don't want to rush you either. Deborah's ready. Hi, Christy. Christy, I have your package of what do I want to call those things? Package of tissue paper stamps things. Okay, guys, let me explain sort of about the images, okay? One, you have to realize that your images are going to attach to the fronts of these pieces. So, like this image right here, if he's attached, you have to think about where he's going to be attached, and also what's going to happen when it closes down, because like if this one was attached at the top of that, he's going to stick out. Now that's okay if it's for my book or something that's going to have, but if you're trying to keep it in a card, you need to keep it where the image does not stick out too far. So that's something to consider. Okay, then the other thing is how it goes across. Now I'm not going to do this, I don't think, this time, but it would be very interesting to put this in there because it's so unrelated that if it sticks out too far, it's going to come out here, which again might fit as long as I'm careful that it fits in my book. Or I could put just the tip of it in here and this boat would be flying in the wrong scene, and I don't care, you know, that's the kind of thing. But what we have to do is we have to get our images onto some at least cardstock weight paper. And the reason I said not to fussy cut, Patricia, is because it is easier to fussy cut these images after they're on something cardstock. Now I didn't have any cardstock at the ready, so I'm going to use a piece of this cake box, and I'm going to glue my images to the cake box and then cut them out, because then they will have some stability when they're on there. So when you go to gather your images, think about that as far as what is going on, you know, as to get your images on there. The other thing is then you can, if you use cardstock or cardboard, then you could add images one on top of the other. Okay? I missed something in chat because Holly's having to grow up, and oh, yeah. I agree, Holly. Okay. Oh, Lisa's looking for her big image, I'll bet you. And it doesn't have to be, it could have been 2 images. Just, you have to think about what you're putting on and where. So, I am going to, actually, I think I'm going to use some trees. So now we're going to do our images, and then when we put our images on here, I am going to use some tacky glue to add my images to this. I'll just use glue stick to stick the images to my cardboard, but then I'll use tacky glue to attach them. And it's a good idea if you take a card and squish your image down. Okay, that was all I was going to tell you right now. I'm going to find another tree. I'm sure I have another tree. I don't. Well, I guess this is going to be a nature scene today. Very unusual for me. Hi, Spanky. Are you feeling better? Of course, I have 17 cards over there, and I can't ever find one. Spanky, aren't you in Vegas? And it's snowing in Vegas? I was thinking you were in Vegas. Maybe you're not Vegas. Maybe you're northern. It's rainy and nasty here. Not snowing, but rainy. Well, thank you, Beth. That would be fun, but you know, these ideas are not really mine. In all honesty, it's all, I mean, really and truly, they're all old ideas. Um, the a lot of them are scrapbook ideas. Some of them are they call this paper architecture. They don't call it pop-ups. They call it paper architecture. And I actually used to collect pop-up books until we moved from South Dakota. I got rid of a bunch of stuff. I didn't look at them anymore, and I couldn't just keep keeping stuff. Indiana. Okay, I don't know why I was thinking you were in. Oh no, it's leather. Stephanie, that's in Vegas. I was thinking you were in Vegas, but yeah, I can imagine it's snowing. I don't know. It seems to have done a lot of that this winter. This is another reason that I don't fussy cut my images out ahead of time, because when I want them to be on this cardstock or heavy card, they're so much easier for me, as far as I'm concerned, to fussy cut when they're actually on the card or come up to sort of. Bet that would be fun. Of course, that's another one of those time things. As you can tell, I haven't gotten the individual videos made yet. I got started and I made a few of them, and I've got things set out to make the individual videos of all of the different projects, but I just haven't had time. Well, maybe one of these days. Oh, that tree kind of has another tree. I don't like that. I think we'll take that other part off. I don't know. It's been kind of nasty there. And you know, I had something else I was supposed to get out and I totally forgot it. So in a few minutes I am going to go. I'm not very well prepared, am I? I've been playing catch up all week, it seems like. Brandon was here for only just a few days, and but then I had to get back into working because I had a showcase. So I rushed around trying to get everything sorted out for my showcase to make sure that everything would be taken care of for that. And then I did go off with Jeffrey yesterday and we went to the art show, which I don't know. I'm becoming less and less interested in going. It seems like the art shows get to be more and more of the same thing over and over again. Now I'm going to leave a lot of this blue up here for his little antlers, because I don't want them to take a chance on getting bent or damaged just because they're popping up and down. So that's how I'll leave him. You guys got quiet. I'm guessing everybody's working very hard. That and Jerry must be working because she's not telling me I made it hard again. Well, hello, steak and fries. Patricia, I like it, but it really and truly, it was amazing how much of the same stuff. I mean, we walked pretty much the whole show, and I only looked like at one or two of the jewelry booths, and you know that's my thing. But honestly, there were so many of them that were exactly the same stuff, over and over and over again. I looked at very little of that. There was one gal there that had journals, and the gal that does the really nice books did not come in. And she usually does, so she must have decided it wasn't worth doing. The paintings, and I saw 2 or 3 artists that did paintings that I was interested in, but you know, there was probably 400 vendors there, and Yeah, and steak, I'm going to try to say your name one of these days, but I'm still practicing it, seeing if I can get it right. Um, I'm just glad you're not upset when we call you steak and fries. Hmm. Patricia, yeah, it's probably pretty pricey to get in that show. I do know that there was an article that they had 600 applicants. Now there's actually two shows over there, um, on the same weekend, and they're side by side, so you can't tell which one is which. But one of them, I can tell when I walk through because one of them is more craft and less fine art than the other one, which it's easier to get into that one, and I think it costs a little bit less, but um, the other one is a little harder to get into. And I know that the main art show had over 200 vendors, but there had been 600 applicants for those 200 spots, which tells me that people still think it's worth spending that money to go to. So, okay, that's a good thing, steak. It's Beth's fault. Oh, goody, we can start blaming things on Beth. Sherry, I'm not sure exactly what that word is. Pouting. Oh, pouting. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't want to burn the bread. Okay, guys, when you get your images, let me know. Tell me you're ready. I have mine sort of figured out what I'm going to do. Hi, Zoe. Okay, Patricia's ready and Mary's all ready. Because Mary's ready, ready, ready. And Barb is ready. I think I need to make a whole pop-up book. And Dawn thinks she's ready. Thank you, Joan. And Sunny's ready. Even though she was crocheting when she started out. Mary, I made a pop-up book when I was in college. I have it somewhere. I haven't seen it lately. At least I think I have it somewhere. Okay, guys, since some of you are ready, I'm going to show you what I'm going to do to put these on here. The thing is, you want to attach them to the front pieces of this, and I finally figured out a way you can see it. You don't want to get glue where when you close this, it's going to cause a problem. So you need to be careful when you go to put this on that you get glue in the right places. And this is why we did our images on some kind of card, so that they don't have to be right on the whole thing, that they've got some sturdiness. Now, if you're afraid that you've got glue in the wrong spot, make sure when you close this that you put some wax paper on it. Oh, I'm going to put that one in the air. I want to put this one over here. And you can kind of layer your images in then. I need to get some of that glue that Jerry was using, that one, the Tombow glue that's green, because she said it dries almost immediately. If I move these around like so, oh, I like them better this way. Now, don't put them right down tight to the fold, because if you do, then their card won't fold real well. You want to have enough room for these little pieces to layer in there. I'm going to make this one just fly up here in the air. And this one. Go like that. Now I'm going to gently kind of close it till I see if it's going to stick out. Nope, it doesn't. Then I'm going to let it be open. and not go anywhere for right now. I missed something. Nancy's here. Hi, Nancy. I like them too, Nancy. I'm going to put this in my book, actually. But you could make it as a card. And Steak's just watching. Oh, that's okay, Zoe. Now, guys, I'm not going to do it right now because I want this to dry. But because I'm going to put this in my book, I will eventually close this down and decorate the front. But for right now, I'm going to leave it to dry. And I'll finish it up before the day is over when we go to finish our project. Yes, Nancy, it's going to go in my Totally Junk journal. I've actually got a page for it already. See, it's going to go right on there. And that is why, guys, I'm going to decorate this part of the card. But I'm not going to do that right now because I want it to get dry. Hi, Bethany. Yes, Bethany, the thing of it is like I told Sunny this morning, just jump in and start making the projects with us when you can, and that way, you know, you've got them. I am trying to make videos that are just process videos instead of the live stream, because there is a lot of time that we spend chatting. So by making a process video, it's sometimes a little easier to follow. And I have tried to make sure that everything is marked and in the playlist. But there again, I have times missed some because I can't put them in the playlist when I go live. That's my biggest problem. So everybody let me know when you get your little pieces in there. Like I said, you want to gently close it down, make sure that it's going to sit right when you close it, but that it opens up okay. I'm very happy with this one. Came out real good. So that's a different kind of pop-up. And Jerry's not watching, but maybe she'll be able to, maybe I'll have made that one easy enough to understand. Everybody let me know when you get your things done. Awesome, Sunny. See, you started after everybody and you're the first one done, I think. Guys, I forgot a couple of things, and I have to make a little trip. So I'll be back in just a minute while you guys finish up. Can you chat among yourselves? Barb's ready. I'll be right back. We're going to need our crayons and some envelopes that are white. Okay? And I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry. I must have had too much tea this morning. I apologize greatly. All right. Thank you, Holly. This one is easier. Oh, good, Patricia. I'm so glad. Well, I kind of made the last one hard. I was the one that made it hard. I don't know. I probably need to do it again and show you again. Thank you, Marianne. Well, yeah, well, I have a pretty big mess too. I'm going to put some of it away before I make an even bigger mess. You know, I clean up and I clean up and I clean up, and I swear it just grows. It gets bigger every day. And then I just threw some on the floor, which I'll fetch later. Lisa, if you don't have white envelopes, you can use copy paper. Guys, if I'm going to use white envelopes because, you know, I use my junk mail, and so that is what I'm going to use. But if you don't have white envelopes, you can use copy paper. For that matter, we could do it. We could do some of it. Let me see. That might be interesting. I'm going to pull out a couple of the security envelopes to try this on the security envelopes. You need pieces, Lisa, that are going. Okay. Let me tell you what we're going to do with the pieces in the end. What we're going to do is make some backgrounds to make some tag. I'm going to set this aside. Now, guys, we're going to go back later and do a decoration on the front of our design, but I don't want to close this just yet. I'm going to set it aside, let it dry. We did this envelope flip here 2-3 weeks ago, but we have no little cards to go in it. So we're going to do some background papers to put on some little journaling cards to go in these flips. So Lisa, your papers only have to be really as big as the biggest one of these, or for that matter, they can be small, because you could add them together on a tag. We're kind of going to make tags out of them in the end. Okay? So, and I actually think I'm going to try it on some of this security envelope too. Now, I told you last week that if you did not have crayons, not to worry over it, that pencils, a plain graphite pencil, some chalk, your ink pad, ink dauber, things like that will work. I'm just going to use crayons because I thought it would be a little bit different, and I told you while crayons are different for this, we don't need really the best ones. So if you don't have them, if I were going to buy crayons, I would buy Crayola, but I don't like crayons, so I don't usually buy crayons, except for my friends' children. I buy crayons and stuff for them when I see them on special. And I'm just using white envelopes because that's just good white paper. We're also going to need some card, like cereal box cardboard, because we're going to need to make tags out of them. Plus we're going to need some small pieces. For some other purposes. So say ready when you have all that stuff together. I'm just cutting up my box. And yes, I'm saving these little flaps because I'm going to use the little flaps. I'm going to use the big pieces for my tags and stuff, and the little flaps for the other part of what we're going to do. And I guess I'm going to have to start making Jeff eat more cereal because I don't have enough cereal boxes. He doesn't eat cereal because very often, because I don't buy milk, and he will buy it, but his body does not like it. So I don't drink any milk at all anymore. So okay, Janet. I tried to get him to use almond milk. Almond milk is too sweet as far as he's concerned, and soy milk he doesn't seem to like, and I've just sort of given up on all of that stuff. Nancy, he's a grown man, and he knows what he shouldn't have and shouldn't eat, but that doesn't mean he will do it. So I just have sort of, I've quit arguing. He doesn't drink milk very often, but we have a child allergic to milk, so a long time ago I quit buying it. I haven't bought milk in, let me see, Brandon is 28, so I haven't bought milk in 24 years. Only person that buys it is Jeffrey. So okay, we need some crayons or some graphite pencil or something. We need an ink pad would work, chalk would work. We need some paper, and we need some cardboard. So when you guys get all those things, say ready, 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 ready. And hello to everyone. There's 40 of you watching. I'm really glad you're here. If I haven't said hello, hello. And I'm real glad everybody's here. Mary is ready and Patricia is ready. Sherry, because my son's allergic to milk, we used soy, rice, almond, lots of different milks when he was little. But he doesn't even use those things anymore. He eats his cereal dry, and because he eats cereal that is kind of like granola, so he Beth's still listening. He eats like dry granola cereal, so he just eats it with he pours it in a bowl and eats it with a spoon. But my son is a really good at trying things, so he has learned to eat a lot of things that other people won't even touch. And he's a really good vegetable eater, because vegetables are not most vegetables are not one of the things he's allergic to. He's allergic to blueberries and... Okay. Sounds good, Sonny. That happens, Nancy. Or Sonny. Not Nancy. Okay, I've got 4 ready. There's Kendra. Dawn, how are you doing, hon? Are you about ready? Okay, and Lisa's gonna be right back. I'm not sure who I'm missing as far as being ready. So, Mary. Oh, Mary's ready. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and go. Way back in the beginning, we made these textured tags. Okay? And we put our background paper right over the tag. Right over the texture. So today what we're going to do is we're actually going to make a texture plate. And so I'm going to take this chunk of this cardboard, and I am going to take some other fun pieces of cardboard, and I am going to make myself a little texture plate. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, you can do any design, any kind of thing that you want. What I'm going to do is cut pieces of my scrap cardboard, and I'm going to glue it to this piece. And it just so happens that this piece has a double layer, so I'm going to use that. It'll give me 2 different kinds of texture on there. That's probably enough of it. And I'm going to glue these pieces to my little thing and make a texture plate. And I'm probably going to use maybe my circle punch, if I can make it punch this cardboard. That's double layer. I don't think it'll punch that. If you don't have a circle punch, you can cut out circles, you can cut out squares, you can use whatever you want. And I'm just going to glue these to this, and I'm going to make myself a texture plate. Hi, Branson Limo. Mindy, is Branson Limo Norma? If so, hello, Norma. I'm probably going to use tacky glue to glue these down, just because it will, they'll go on better. And I'm going to actually glue the 2 cardboard pieces. Well, I guess not, because this is textured, so. That won't work that way. I have to use it this way to do it. And I just got glue everywhere, just so y'all know. Okay, Norma, I'll try to remember. I'm not really good at that. I apologize. And is this your first time here, or have I missed you coming in before and just forgotten? Because I do that. I think you've actually been here before, because I think I remember it. This is getting in the way. This is how it goes when you stick your thumb with a piece of wire. It was not a pleasant morning this morning. Norma, that happens to me. It's kind of like, okay, you know. Of course, I've answered to a lot of things over my lifetime, so it's, you know, Now, the interesting part about this is you can use this in your Big Kick as a texture plate down the road if you so desire to. It will work. Janet, she told me I could call her anything, she would answer to it. So I'll just try not to call her late for dinner. That's what we'll do. Yeah, Nancy, now you might have to play with some shims, and there's also this other. Let me glue this down, and then I'll go get the other little piece, because if you guys don't have it, you might want it. I'll be right back. butterflies all over the floor, guys. I dropped them. Okay, now I'm going to set that aside for just a few minutes. I'm going to take these off. I'm just going to set aside. And I actually got these on clearance. And I've used them several times. They are a rubber shim. This one comes from Spellbinders, but Sizzix has one too. They are, oh, and they smell terrible. That works perfect, Lisa. This is just, it says it's natural rubber latex. Okay, but what happens is that this will help to squash your papers down, and it is a shim, and so you have to play with the thickness of things when you use something that's not a standard embossing sheet, but it will, and these rubber shims will help. But yeah, you can put anything through there. You can put a thick piece of lace through your embossing machine, your die cutting machine, and it will emboss into some papers. Now, not necessarily well, but it does do it. So if you can texturize metal that way, if you have a sturdy enough press. Yeah, Janet, medicine fog doesn't help. And that's a cool idea, Lisa. I'm going to make one of those too. I'm going to do a different, I'm just going to do something like Lisa's talking about. I'm just going to use my little punch and do something like that. Then I also have all these circles now to do. And guys, I'm gonna excuse myself a second and see what that was about. That's not a normal noise. Okay. That's my child. He's fine. So, not only are we going to use this for what we're going to use it for today, but you can... yeah, Barb, you better go. Of course, we used to have a neighbor, he was 95, he used to get on the roof all the time. You're welcome, Nancy. Always. The other thing is, like Lisa's going to use this piece. This is not really thick, but that rubber piece will help to push the paper through it. Wow, Branson, that's our... Norma, that's awesome. I don't know if you know this, but that's what I do for a living, is I make glass beads. Okay, so I'm going to set this stuff aside for right now. And I'm going to set this aside because it's not quite dry yet, and I want it to dry. And I'm kind of going to show you what we're going to do, but also give you some other ideas, because this is for our junk journal, and this is junk. Yes, because you know my husband fell off the roof recently, but I have lots of these. These are good old rubber stamps. And I have a bunch of these. Oops, that one's not very much fun. This is embossing folder. Okay, and it's got texture. And this has texture. So I'm kind of going to show you some different things that we can do with our piece of paper and our fun crayons. To make some different background pieces. So, and maybe I'll show you, I should show you with ink too, but I'll show you with the crayons first. And sometimes you have to take off a little more of the paper. And I got these crayons at the restaurant the other day when we went out to eat with some friends for her birthday. They were at the register, and I said, I would like some of those. Can I have some of those? And she said, sure. So I'm just using the side of the crayon. And I have a fun image. I think I want another one because I'll put it on. Let's turn it upside down so we can make a tag with it, like that. Now we could stamp it, but you know, this is just something a little different. Okay, so that is a rubber stamp. Let's use our embossing folder. And remember, there's two surfaces on this embossing folder, so it'll give you two Norma, since it's Branson Limo, is it another store there in Branson? That's awesome. That's a great place to be if you've got a place to consign work with. However, Holly, she's never, or Mindy, Holly, whichever one was talking to her, she'll never have enough. She's going to be busy, busy, busy. So basically, we're doing rubbings, is the idea behind this. Now see, isn't that fun? And now I have some cool background paper for what we're going to do in a little bit. But I was going to try that on this security envelope. So we'll just try it on the security envelope. Oh, apparently I didn't cut the security envelope apart. Oh, and it's cool on the security envelope. I don't know why I didn't think that was going to be cool, but it is. And this is interesting in the fact that it gives you your reverses. Well, that's great, Norma. That's really good. Yeah, that's actually what I do technically for a living. Norma. Okay, now I'm going to try my thing. It's dry enough I can try it. And see this fun design we just made out of junk paper? Now this is fun. This line is from the flap of the envelope. I've been making glass beads now, I think we figured out recently, almost 20 years. So I gotta try Lisa's idea of the reverse image. Oh, Lisa, that's a perfect idea. Wonderful idea. I like that. Now I'm going to do it with the blue crayon. Going the other way. Now I'm going to get out some other things and show you besides crayons. Because if you don't have crayons, because now that's probably about as much I would use crayons, but this is, oh no, that's my fancy pencil. I don't want to use that. This is just a soft lead pencil. And I don't know if I've got enough side. Oh yeah. See, so even a pencil will work to do this. Kids chalk. The only problem with kids chalk is then it would, you might need to set it with something. That's fun. Where's my texture block? Holly, no, I don't. I sell actually on Facebook. So if you message me, I can explain it more. Facebook has a bunch of sales groups for beads, especially. And I started doing that about 3 years ago. And, you know, I don't know if all of you know this, but we were in a kind of a bad wreck 2 years ago. Well, 2 years and several months. It was January 12th, 2017. We were living in our RV, so we lost our home. At the same time, we lost our ability to travel to shows, and it was an interesting few months. Technically, we were homeless. We had this piece of property. This house was standing, but it wasn't livable. We ended up living on Jeff's father's floor for 5 months before Jeff could get the house up to code where we could live in it. We had done a lot before we left on our trip, but we had a flying van come through the side of the motorhome, and we had an insurance fight. We have finally gotten past the insurance fight, but anyways, I had been doing shows, physical shows, as part of what I'm trying to explain to you, and the dynamics changed. I had no studio for 5 months because the studio was built in the motorhome. Then we had to do things. Anyways, so there's Facebook groups, and those Facebook groups are really awesome as far as my selling. It works way better than Etsy does. I hate Etsy, actually. So I actually have those groups. I have a page, a website, not a website. I do have a website. My website is just TanyaMcGuire.com. But I don't sell on there. And if you message me over on Facebook, I will give you some links to where I sell, if you would like. I hope that makes even a small amount of sense. Oh, I love this. Hi, Joyce. Etsy has gotten to where a lot of the product on Etsy is no longer handmade like it was when it started, and there were some issues with the way the postage works, and I can't refund. It was making me crazy, so I kind of closed my Etsy store. That one doesn't look so good on the security envelope, but eh. So what we're doing right now is we're making a bunch of rubbings. That sounds good, Norma. The other problem is that an Etsy store requires constant feeding it, and unfortunately, with the way life changed, I can't feed it the same way as I used to, and the sales, the shows on Facebook are a little easier to deal with because they're only a couple of days at a time. So if something happens and I can't do one, I can just back up and cancel that show, and I don't have to feel guilty because we are also now taking care of old people. That's another part of it. Spanky, I looked at Zebit. Okay, but I'm going to tell you something. Zebit does not have a very good rating out there. They have some issues. And frankly, Facebook has worked so well for me. I'm very happy with Facebook and the way it works. Now, we don't actually have a storefront. It's a group thing, but it's worked very well over time. I think we need something yellow. I know a lot of people have Zebit stores, but there's apparently some issues there too. So, and Joyce, did I say hello? Excuse me. Now the fun thing about this texture plate is you can make all kinds of shapes. Okay, and the yellow's not showing up at all, so we'll go back to something else. You could cut designs. Is everybody having fun with it or not? Am I just the only one that's having a good time with this? Spanky, what I saw as far as the ratings go is that first off, you have to give them something to automatically draw their payment from. And if you decide to cancel, you have a very hard time getting them to cancel the automatic draw on the payments. And it's also limiting, and the less they get kind of expensive when you start adding numerous items. And since I sell beads, and sometimes like one at a time, and they're all, because they're handmade, they're not never the same. I can't do this multiples of kind of thing, so I end up having to have multiple items, and Zebit also doesn't apparently like that real well. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, look at that. That's cool. Well, cool. Okay, Nancy, I will show you what we did. Okay. Okay, Bethy's not even doing it. She's having, okay. Lisa's having fun. Okay, let me see. Let me scroll up and make sure I've lost Mary. She's gone off somewhere. Okay. Nancy. Nancy? Yeah. No. See, creative, I've already thought. You're not Nancy, and now I've lost it. So tell me your name again. Please and thank you. Okay, what we did was we took a piece of cardboard. Then we took some pieces of scrap cardboard. I did some little punch outs, and I glued them to my original piece of cardboard, and I created a texture plate. Mary's there, and she's using a texture plate. Lisa suggested, and I punched some holes in this piece. You can see the holes in that, to use it as a reverse texture plate. Sunny, thank you, Sunny. So we created our own texture plates. Then I also suggested that you could use rubber stamps as a texture plate, or embossing folders from your Big Kick or Sidekick. These are just embossing folders, and they have texture. Then we're just taking some white paper, and I'm using white paper envelopes. Okay, and I'm using crayons, but you can use a pencil. I'm going to use some ink here in just a minute. We'll see what the ink does. But then I'm just taking my texture plate that we created, and I'm creating some decorative paper pieces that we're going to use here in a few minutes with by rubbing on my texture plate. And you can do multiple rubbings and get multiple designs like so. So that's what we're doing. Yep, then do rubbings. Okay, now if you do it with crayons, you can do it with your pencil, you can do it with chalk, but I was going to show you what happens when you do it with ink. Let's just find one that's not so inky that it's gonna make a mess. Oh, I need another white envelope. Ah. Yes, ma'am, Sonny. Like you used to do on gravestones. Oh, another place you can do it that's really fun is manhole covers. Manhole covers in some cities are very interesting. Don't know how well the reverse one will work. We'll have to try that second. We're going to try this one first. Beth's off. Okay, have fun, Beth. Yep, Kindergarten 101. There you go. See, I told Beth when she was talking about a book, really and truly, these things, oh, that didn't work very well at all. Okay, don't like that at all. Nope, doesn't work. Doesn't work that way. That's not got enough. Okay, I don't like ink, guys, at all. At least not with the sponge. Let's try it with the... Okay, with the sponge it does not work. Oh, I don't... It works okay, but I don't like it with the ink pads at all. Okay, don't like ink. Oh, and I just tore up my little dauber thing. That's really good. I mean, granted, it might work if I took a little more time to do it. Oops. Patricia said run. What's going on? Okay, I missed something completely. I have to go back up here and see. Okay, get run over. Okay, guys, I missed something. Oh, manhole rubbing. Okay, okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Oh my. All right. Yes, you could get run over. It would be wise to pick a non-busy street. I don't like the ink pad because now that it might work if your ink pad was a little drier or something. I don't know. Anyways, I'm not fond of that. So, okay. So I have a bunch of pieces. So now I'm going to get on with my project. Yes, to get a manhole cover rubbing, it took me a while. It's like squash, Okay. Oh dear. Now, those of you who don't have this page made yet, that's fine. Don't worry about it. But I am going to make pieces to go in my little envelopes here. So what I'm going to do is measure. I'll probably make them all the same length. Probably about 4.5 inches because they'll stick out over here a little bit. And then make them the different depths for each piece. So I'm going to cut some cardboard that is 4.5 by whatever each one of these is to go in here. Mindy wanted us to make some tags, so that's what I'm going to do here, is to make some tags or journal pieces to go in this. So let me get some 4.5-inch pieces cut. Holly, it says my stream is good, so you might want to refresh. I hope my husband is all right. It is 2:30 in the afternoon, and I have not seen him come in for lunch. Unless he came in and was so quiet I didn't hear him. Okay, Sunny's found the stickles, so she's all good. Ah, there he is. See, speak of the devil. Jeffrey Hunt, did you eat? Oh, okay. And when you get a chance, I have something I would really appreciate your doing. Okay. So there's a 4.5-inch piece. See, I do use, Sunny, I do use my paper trimmer some. Because I can't cut a straight line for love nor money. So, I have consented to the paper trimmer. Oh, Janet, he just came in the door. I wasn't terribly worried about him. They actually finished the gutters, though, this morning, guys. And he didn't fall off this time. So, that was a good thing. But he waited until my brother-in-law was able to come over and help him. And he says he ate, so he must have been in here and I just didn't hear him. Okay, so now I got a couple of 4.5-inch pieces, or close to 4.5-inch pieces. And those are square on the end. And that one's square on the end. So let's cut these at 4.5. Or roughly 4.5, and see if I can use them on a couple of the small spots. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just measure each of these. And I need about 2 1/4. So that it'll go in like so. And I think that was the wrong piece, but I may be wrong. You need to leave yourself a little bit of wiggle room because it's going to get fat. I made them too, that's too, I think, it's probably not too long. So that one's in there. Now I need, so I'm going to make several of these. 2 and 2.5, 2 3/4. Yeah. how about that? I got the two smallest ones out of the excess piece. And I'm just going to tuck them in here and leave them in here until, there we go. Oh, now I need 3 1/4. And because I didn't measure the envelopes when I made them, I have to kind of guess at how big everything is. Oh, that one's not big enough. Okay. Now I'll just put those aside for another project. But once I finish making these pieces, I'm going to use my pieces of rubbings to decorate them. Probably use my pieces of rubbings and some little images. 3 3/8. And now, because we are doing the tags all to fit the pockets, well, that was bad. How did I manage to measure that wrong? That's interesting. Huh, okay. 3 3/8 when it really needs to be 3 3/4 at least. It helps if you know how to measure. Ah. Our Wi-Fi is supposed to be panoramic, ha ha ha. It doesn't go outside very well at all. Okay. That was 4 1/2. Well, hello, Lynn. You doing all right today? Okay. And that one's not quite 5. So I gotta have this. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you guys, to you. Oh, did I say 5 or 5 1/2, guys? Not quite 5. Okay, well, I need a couple more pieces, but I'm going to work on these for right now. Deborah, I missed whatever you said, hun. So, guys, what I did was I made little cardboards to fit these little envelopes that we made in our waterfall envelope project. Sunny doesn't know how that was made, so let me give her a rough idea of that so that if she wants to make, oh shoot, she's not making tags right now, so I won't do that. But guys, I'm going to just take those tags and I'm going to work on them with my cool pieces. But I have a question. Shall we work on these tags, or shall we finish up our pop-up just in case some of you have to go? I'm thinking maybe we should finish our pop-up before we work on the tags. Yes, creative. Sunny, I'm pretty sure you can. Just as a real quick one, Sunny, what we did with that was we took envelopes that were open on one side and we staggered them like so. Nope. You stagger them up like that, and then when you fold them down, you end up with side pockets. The pop-up, yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should finish our pop-up before we go on to these tag pieces, now that it's dry, so that we've got it done. Hi, Lisa Jameson. I didn't realize you were here. I figured you could get it, Sunny. That one was easy. We did stitch it across the top. Okay, I'm going to finish my pop-up first so that it's a finished project for today in case I don't get all my tags finished. So what I want to do now is I want to decorate this part of my pop-up card piece. This part's all done inside, and I'm going to decorate, but you don't have to decorate the back, just the top. So we need some images. Of some sort. Like that one. This one. Okay, I got an idea. All right. Thanks, Holly. iPad. Nope. Nope. Well, I may have cut it up. Ha ha ha. Well, I just threw things on the floor again. Okay. That looks fun. I'm going to, I've decided to use this piece of security envelope as a background, and then I'm going to go from there. So the first thing I need to do is find that piece of scrap paper I had. For some unknown reason, the catalog that I always use that stays to the right, I must have put it away. This envelope, Lynn, probably came from the insurance company. Uh-oh. And you know, I haven't been waiting for the readies very well this afternoon. I apologize. I hope everybody's not so far behind it. I haven't lost y'all. I apologize for that. Yeah, and I don't know if all of you know about, I think it's called, her channel is Care Art. Lynn, can you? Okay, Mary's keeping up, so that's good. Lynn, can you explain what's going on? I know that she is giving away, I think, a vagabond to help raise funds for postage and things like that. She donates craft and art supplies to those that can't afford it, that need it. And so the vagabond giveaway is a fundraiser. So it's and I don't you can buy one ticket, and once she sells, I think, 60 tickets, then she's not going to sell any more tickets. But you can donate. You don't have to get a ticket to donate. And I know it's a very good program, and I know it is very well received, and she's got that license for being a whatever you call that. She's licensed as a charity, which is hard to get, just so you know. Jeffrey, would you make me a tea? Thank you. I went through it too fast today. Janet, just Care Heart is what it is. Thank you, Janet. She's a non-profit. Yes, she has a non-profit 501c. Patricia's keeping up with me too. Thank you, Holly. And Lynn says you get one ticket for a $10 or more donation. And I think what she said was when she sold 60 tickets, that's when she was going to stop the tickets and do the drawing. So it's a worthwhile cause, and she's giving away a very nice tool. So it's something you might want to look at. I know she also has like auctions of supplies and stuff that she does. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, um, that Lisa has ordered things from an auction before, and I'm not sure who else, but I think Lisa has mentioned it before. Thank you very much. I didn't hear you come in. Did you use the microwave?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I didn't hear you. I must have been busy. He must have come in and got lunch and then gone back out. See how much I pay attention to my husband. Bad, Tanya. Lisa said yes, and she's very fast at getting things shipped. So, and I've heard other people say that too. So, now I am not familiar with your auctions. I have never been on one or seen it, but I've heard other people say how sweet she is and how much work she does do. So, I'm quite sure it is a very worthwhile project. And Holly, I'm glad that I'm making sense today, because I feel like I'm bouncing back and forth. That's been my problem today. Some days I get like that. And see, if this was all fussy cut out, I wouldn't have to make you wait on me, but that's okay. I think you'll be all right. You can be making yours while you wait on me. I'm seeing just how much I have to fussy cut. Disabled Artists Foundation Incorporated. Mina is here. Hello. Mina. Yeah, I'm making a pop-up page, and then I'm going to make some tags. This is my pop-up page that we got this far. I'm decorating the front of it so that we can put it in our book. It's falling down now just because I closed it for a minute, so now it wants to fall over. And what I'm doing right now is decorating the front of it. Because, you know, we wouldn't want to have the front not decorated. And since I used a deer inside, I'm using a deer on the outside too. It's kind of a nature themey thing happening. Thank you, Lynn. Patricia, how is the flooding where you're at? Mary said she's okay, although I saw that Kearney was in the mess too, and that's not too far from Mary, although it's north of Mary. but I'm wondering how Iowa is doing. Of course, Council Bluffs and that area is taking a lot of abuse too, because I know that it's flooding in Bellevue. I saw pictures of off at Air Force Base today. The runway is, one end of the runway is underwater, which means where we usually camp when we go to Omaha is underwater. So well, my son in Omaha said that all the snow they had gotten before he left up there, which was a lot, had all disappeared in 3 days, and that's not helping matters either. So I'm glad, Patricia, that it's reasonably nice and you're not being affected by the water. Mary had family she was gonna check back on and see about their, because they're got property, I think she said right on the river, but she thought it was up high enough it wouldn't be a problem. Patricia's high and dry. That's always a good thing. Western Wisconsin has slowed down a bit. Rain stopped and temperatures dropped. Well, that's a good thing, Sonny. I'm afraid when South Dakota starts melting, Nebraska's gonna be really wet. Okay. Oh, I have an idea.
Okay.
You're gonna go? Okay. Thank you.
I'll buy the parts first and get the rest of it.
Oh, okay. All right, be careful. Love you. Okay, bye-bye. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Oh well, I guess it's not important. I don't think I'm gonna put that on there. I think I'm gonna just leave it like this. I like that. Maybe I'll find another little piece. And these up here, I'll show you what I'm gonna do in a minute. What I'm gonna do is I am going to glue my pop-up to my page. Now I'll have to cut off some of them, but no, I don't. I could put it over a little further. No, I gotta put it over just like that. I'm gonna glue the extra tabby pieces to my page, and they'll just stick up. Yes. Yeah, warm days are nice. It's cooled back down here too, but it stopped raining, which is a really good thing for us. So, but I think I'll just use the one image. That means I need to trim off some of this image. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. All right. Now, because this has a lot of weight to it, and because it has, it's going to be interactive, we want to use some pretty decent glue to stick it down to the page. So I am going to use two things. I'm actually going to use some double-sided sticky tape and some glue. That will just help me to keep it in place while the glue dries. And I'm going to put it on first and then glue my deer to it, because that way I can glue his antlers to the page. So my son's work in Omaha flooded the other day. They have a basement, and apparently it's flooded before. And he said that the actual shop flooded bad enough that they had to leave work for a few hours because the water had come in the shop. So that's not a good thing. But he said they had sort of dried out. We have friends who have lost 3 corn cribs in Iowa because the water came up and they were full of corn, so it's probably ruined. I called them a crib, but silo. Last I saw, that somebody had come and gotten them out of the house with a boat because they couldn't get out of the house with the cars. The water was not in the house, but it was up high enough they couldn't take the cars out. So oh, I hate having a band-aid on one finger. It's terrible. Oh, sticky. Now, like I said, this whole piece, just because I'm putting it in my Totally Junk journal, you could do the exact same thing and use it as a card or some other interactive thing. It's just that it's an interactive part of our Totally Junk journal. There we go. Oh, I have to have... I need my glue page thing over here. It's just... I don't like it when I clean up. I clean up and then I can't work. Ugh. I just use a catalog, to put this down on and then glue. This is a Tonic Studios pokey tool, and Tim Holtz, it's one of those Tim Holtz things, but it actually comes from Tonic Studios, and I got it at, Hobby Lobby. However, I have seen them at Michael's. The problem is nobody knows what you're asking for. At Hobby Lobby, it was not with the Tim Holtz stuff when I found it. It was in a totally different place with paper crafting tools. And at Michael's, the same thing happened. It was not with the Tim Holtz stuff, even though it says right on it Tim Holtz. And I think they're black now. You know, his scissors have gone from red handles to black handles. And so they're there. You just have to hunt for them. Now, I have not seen it at Joann's. But I bought this one at Hobby Lobby with my 40% off coupon. And I have seen them at Michael's. And hi, Kathy D. We are finishing up our pop-up page for today. And then we're going to make some tags with some fancy paper that we use texture plates to put designs on. So I'll show you my pop-up as soon as I get my image glued on the front of it. Oh, now see, this isn't going to be able to glue there without cutting it. So I have to cut, oops, that right there and put it on the page. I'll back it up just a little bit. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to cut this off right here because I don't want it sticking out and tearing everything off. There we go. Okay, so this is the front of my little pop-up page, and then I'm going to tip it up like this so you can see it when it pops up. See how it goes? So it pops up. Now I'll show you from this angle. Oh, not staying down. From this angle, you don't really see much because the pop-up kind of shows from the front. So, well, we did the pop-up in the beginning because it has to dry before you can go on. And then we went on to do our texture plates pieces. And when we get all finished with our pop-up, when everybody says they're done with their pop-up, we're going to go back to making tags. And I'm going to just set this aside. But guys, there's mine. I have a little spot that's not sticking. It must have some glue. There we go. So, there we go. So that is my pop-up page, and I'm just gonna, they do not want to stick to that cardboard. I will have to see about that later. if it doesn't stick down. I think it will once it dries. But then we made these fun texture pages by making a texture plate, Mina. What we did was I took some cardboard. Thank you, Mina. I took some cardboard and I took some pieces of cardboard and glued them to this piece. And then Lisa suggested that we could use this as a reverse, and I'll show you some of the rubbings. What we did was rubbings, and here's one. And there's one. Here's one. We also used rubber stamps to do some, and I have it here somewhere buried in this pile. We used an embossing folder. Here we go, like this, embossing folder. And what I did was, let's find a little corner. I just took crayon or number 2 pencil or something like that, and you just rub sideways like you did, like somebody said you do for gravestones. Thank you, Tanya. Finally. Okay. So that was just a little idea to do make our own texture plate out of scrap cardboard. So when everybody says that they have finished their pop-up and I get some readies, I'm going to go back and make some tags. I am liking this pop-up too, guys. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it worked real well. This one, I haven't done this one yet. Let me find another piece of, here's a piece of gray paper. That'll work. Now you want to have a stamp that has a little bit more outline, not real tiny texture. This one's not coming out as well as the other one did, but I'll show you one I did a minute ago after I get this one done. It's not bad. It's just not as clear as some of the others. So that is really cool for that. I used this one. I actually did that one first, I think, and I have lost it. Okay, now, honestly, guys, it has honestly gone and disappeared. Okay. Oh, that's got glue on it. Oh, there it is. I found it. Right there. So that's this stamp. See, it's got a little bit more just of an outline, and it seems to work a little bit better. Okay, Lisa's ready. Patricia's ready and messy. My pop-up is done, Mary says. Stencils, yes, stencils would work great. Yes, I hadn't thought about stencils, but they would work perfectly because that's basically what Lisa did when she used the pieces of this hole. It works really good. So it's just another way to get a background paper that we're going to use to make some tags. Okay. And where I'm making my tags is I have made pieces of cereal box to fit my envelopes here, and I am going to turn those into tags. Now, you don't have to, but I am going to round my corners. Come on now, behave yourself. No, I'm going to have an avalanche. Oh no. Okay guys, you know, I cleaned up last week. I really cleaned up, and here I am avalanching stuff. The reason I'm going to round my corners is because that way they will go into the pockets better. So I'm going to go ahead and round my corners as I work on them, and I'm just going to work on my tags now. Good night, steak and fries. Thanks for staying up so late with us. And I'm just going to take my pieces of texture and the first thing I'm going to do is glue my little tags to a piece of the texture paper so that or the background paper, so that I have so that they can dry a little bit. So that's my first order of business. And I'm just going to set them aside and let them dry, and go on to the next one. And I didn't get quite enough cards made for all of my envelope pockets, but I figured I can go back and make some more in a little while if I need to, if I have time to, because I'm not sure I'm going to get it all done. You know how that goes. Why are we going to Arizona? Oh, but Kathy, I miss Michigan. I miss the green and the water, and I miss Michigan. I do. Okay. Holly, I know that Arizona gets snow. We've actually driven in it when we had to go to Tucson. Um, and it was not pleasant, actually, that particular trip. But um, I would miss the. I would really miss the. I really miss the green. And I know there's parts of Arizona that's green too, but Michigan has a lot of water. It's kind of like Wisconsin in how much water it has. Minnesota has a lot of water too, but of course, I guess you miss where you grew up. And that's the way it works. I haven't lived there. Oh, I forgot to round the corners. That's good. The corner rounder does not like to round corners on anything this heavy after it gets glued down to something, just so you know. Yeah, I know there's green places in Arizona. I did shows in Tucson every year for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. And then we would have to drive back to South Dakota, and believe me, we missed Arizona when that happened. Okay, I'm going to trim this up so you can see where I'm headed with these. There's one. Now I'm going to probably put an image on there, but we've lived all over. We were here in Florida for a while. Well, first off, I'm from Michigan. Jeff's from here. We went to school in Illinois. We moved here. I moved here. We went to Texas. We came back. We went to Alabama. We went to Nebraska. We went to South Dakota. And then we came back here. And who knows where we'll go next. Hopefully next winter, well, hopefully in the fall, we're going to travel a little bit. And because our RV should be ready in, we hope, June. And so we're going to take a trip in the fall. So hubby can go to Santa School. We talked about that one day. And go and see my sister and go to a rally. So we'll probably be gone about 4 weeks, I think. If it all works right. Yes, still sides, honey. And permanent ink. Yeah, Holly, that's how I was in South Dakota. Of course, in South Dakota, I rarely left the house. So, we had, my studio was in the basement in South Dakota, and I almost never left the house because there was no reason to. Jeffrey, we were living in a tiny, tiny town, that you couldn't. There wasn't even a bookstore, so you know why would I leave the house if there's not a bookstore? There definitely was not a craft store. Um, so Jeffrey came right past the grocery store. He's been grocery shopping forever because, you know, I grocery shop, but not very often. He came right past there, and he came past the post office so he could run my orders and my shipments to the post office for me. He's learned how to do that very, very well. And so I just didn't leave the house. If I didn't have a doctor's appointment or a dentist or hair appointment or something, there's no reason to go anywhere. Yep, Santa School's in Michigan. Do I have a favorite place, Mina? Frankly, my favorite place is wherever my family is. If I had a place that I could choose and I could have all my family there at the same time, I would move to the mountains. Probably up in the Blue Ridge somewhere. Someplace without a lot of people, I'm sorry guys. Up in the mountains. Yep, and Santa School's in Michigan. It is actually, Holly, near Saginaw. And Holly, we have a lot of snowbirds here too. Pensacola is very much a snowbird place. Yep, mountains. Mountains are. Jeff and I, before Brandon, which you know we had a lot of years before Brandon. We tried to travel to the mountains often. We took our honeymoon there, and our first anniversary we spent in the Blue Ridge. But even the Alabama mountains are very nice. They're not high, but they're nice. We enjoy them. Oh, Sherry, okay. Let me run this by Sherry. We made ourselves sort of a texture plate. We took some cardboard and we glued other cardboard pieces to it. Then we took some white paper, this will work, and crayon or pencil or something, and we used our texture plate to do a rubbing. Okay, this is crayon, that was pencil. Now we also used rubber stamps and embossing folders to do rubbings. Oh, and reverse. This one is the reverse of where we punched out holes. And now, Norma, Branson is a beautiful place. Branson's very busy, and I'm not sure I could handle it. But it's beautiful there. Yes, I agree with that one. But now, Sherry, what we're doing is I'm putting them on pieces for tags to put in my book where we had a spot that we didn't have we were missing tags for the envelopes. And I'm going to have to use 2 pieces on this just to cover that. Because I'm not going to make another one just for that. Which is fine. I like different textures. That's not good, Holly. We kind of got stuck in South Dakota. Jeff took that position because he really, really wanted it. But it was late in his career, and therefore I think what happened was they realized that he had almost 30 years in, and they were afraid he would quit if they moved him somewhere else. So we kind of were stuck for a while in South Dakota. And we had to move ourselves out of South Dakota. That was another big part of the problem. It took 5 trips down here because getting a mover to that tiny little town we lived in, when it's not being paid for by the government, was an unreal amount of money. I have never had anybody tell me how much money that was going to cost, and that was ridiculous. So Jeffrey moved us, which was real fun. Yes. Can you tell I'm just telling you a fib? It was not fun. We made 5 runs up and down that highway, pulling a 7 by 14 foot trailer with my big truck. And I haven't looked at chat. I hope I'm not paying attention to you. Yep. Norma Lakes, yep. Yeah, Holly, that would be another thing. But we moved a lot because, you know, when you work for the federal government, you have to go where the jobs are if you want to go up the ladder. We never did quite make it as high as Jeffrey wanted. Jeffrey wanted one more step, and it didn't happen. But that's, you know, that's the way it works. Okay. Oops, now I got that all sticky. Trying to see what time it is, guys. I haven't been paying attention to anything today. Okay, it's only 3:30. We're okay. Okay. Hi, Becky. Okay, Becky, I'm nosy. Why are you taking pictures of water towers, or just for the fun of it? Um, And Becky, I'm so glad that you have sold your property and Jerry has sold her house. You guys, that's really awesome. Because they're cool. Yep, okay. That's a really good reason, Becky. And to spend the time in the sunshine, that's just even better. What's going on? Oh, she's going to tag them later? I doubt that. I can't imagine she would do that. Now, here's the problem. I would have to be able to climb up one to tag one, and there's no way I could climb up one. I haven't climbed up anything that high since college. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Before Brandon was born, we went rock climbing, so I actually climbed something higher than a water tower. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Oh, goodness. Sorry, guys. How's everybody doing on their tags? Or did I lose you when I finished the pop-up? I have to go back and decorate my envelopes still for that waterfall. Lisa's cutting them. My problem with mine are going to be that I need to know which way they go in to punch their little holes. Okay. I think that's right. Be sure. It's always best to it's called measure twice, cut once. Always measure twice, cut once. And I don't even have enough tags yet. See, so I may have to do an extra live stream this week just to finish up my tags and my pages. I think I'm going to put this in this way. Okay, yep, that's the way they go. So and I have started with butterflies on there, so I probably will do something with some butterflies on this page, on these tags. Yes, Becky, now to get the house sold. How close are you to putting it on the market? Well, Norma, I'm glad you're enjoying watching. It's fun to have people watch and play along, but it's also fun to have you watching. And don't forget that you can show off that your project in my group. Even if it's not this project, you can. I would love to see your art journal. Okay, let's do this way. Thank you, Norman. And guys, I'm going to tell you what. This tool, okay, I am in love with this thing. I am so in love with this thing. I don't know why y'all didn't tell me I needed this 3 years ago. I love this thing. I have just been having, you know, it's so much easier. So much easier. Now, Sunny, that is one thing. I do have tools. We don't use a lot of them in this particular project, but there are tools that make life so much easier. And I'll tell you, this is one of them. I think this tag needs 2 holes and 2 pieces of thread on it. Maybe 3. Oh yeah, it needs 3. This one may need 3 too. Yeah. I could hand punch these. But I'm going to tell you what, when we go on our trip in the camper, this tool's going with me. I will find a place to put it. Oh, girls, tell Sunny, what is this one called? This one's called the Big Bite. Okay, it's from We Are Memory Keepers. See here? And I will put a link to it on Amazon for you, Nancy. As soon as the video uploads, I'll put a link down there. I got this one at Joann's or Michael's with a coupon. Because when it's expensive, I get it with a coupon. It's called a Big Bite. It's a crocodile and it's a Big Bite. And see, it's crocodile. This one says it's a crocodile too. The deal is Big Bite is because it has a deep reach. You can put something in and it'll chomp a hole through a book spine without any problems. Thank you, Kathy D. Oh, and Lynn just got hers. She had a 60% off coupon. I just couldn't wait for a 60% off coupon, Lynn. That was my big problem. I'm going to use my plastic bag yarn for these tags today. I think that's what was on these. That's what's on these. And this is just pieces of plastic bag, Nancy, that we cut into long, skinny strips. And I'm just going to use a bunch of it to make my little taggy pieces, my little things. And I usually put my images on first, but for some unknown reason, I'm doing it backwards today. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Huh. That's the only one I have. However, their corner rounder might be on my agenda one of these days. Okay. There we go. Yep. Well, and Sonny, I did some scrapbooking and paper crafting back, but I also was a Stampin' Up! Demonstrator. There's several people that do journaling and stuff now that were. Um, that's how come I have so many rubber stamps, although none of those were Stampin' Up! Stamps, but the Stampin' Up! Stamps were in the other room. Those were right where I could grab them in my drawers. So I have lots and lots of tools, but I did not have that one until just recently when I had seen everybody using it, and boy, do I love it. Oh, Mina just asked a question and I missed it. I'm sorry, hon. Um, I I don't think so, Mina. Now these are just plain old wax crayons. It doesn't seem to be smearing. They're not real thick with crayon, so and I'm going to put images on them, so I'm going to put some glue over the top of them, but I don't think I'll need to spray them or seal them. Becky gave you a link above to the thing. Amazon doesn't accept coupons, but Michael's does, and so does Joann's. So, and I'm going to tell y'all something, at least that I have found here. Now, I'm not going to tell you everywhere, but here, when it comes to price, Hobby Lobby is the most expensive, then Joann's, and Michael's is the least expensive on most things. Now, I'm not going to tell you all of it is always the same that way, but that seems to be the case. They don't all carry the same thing, but when you go to pricing the expensive stuff, it seems to be cheaper at Michael's. Now, at the same time, then I turn around and I have to tell you that when it comes to like Mod Podge, my gallon of Mod Podge is cheaper at Joann's than it is at Michael's. So you kind of have to look if it's one of those pricey things. I do check. Of course, I'm never in need of anything. It's always about want. And Lisa says Joann's is the highest, but I have found here Hobby Lobby is really higher than Joann's. So, you know, it's just one of those things. But Hobby Lobby also carries things that the other two stores do not carry. And that's, you know, something you have to look at when you're looking for something. Now, when it comes to what I'm going to put on these, I haven't decided yet. But, like I said, I'm probably going to do some, like a little collage-y thing with some, and use the butterflies that I have. Okay, that one didn't, there it is. And you guys saw how I stored my cut up little ribbons. Plastic bags. I'm sure in Canada it's a lot higher. Sherry? Oh, I kind of like the 3 holes in these tags. They're kind of cute that way. Yep, I like that. That's fun. And the nice thing is if I run out of white, I can go in the kitchen and get another plastic bag and make me some more. Lisa, you probably are right. Hi, Joan. Christy, to get a 60% off coupon, you pretty much have to be on their email list. I have their app on my phone, and then I have I get their email, and you don't get a 60% off coupon very often, but you do get them every once in a while. They're usually only good for one day, and that's part of my problem because I can't go shopping every day. So, there we go. That's going to be cute stuck in there. Yeah, you sign up for it with the apps. And Lisa, ours is now Michael's is in a different section of town. We actually have two Michaels here. For me, they're both about the same distance. One of them is technically in Pensacola, and one of them is in Pace. And the one in Pace is brand new and much smaller Michaels and has almost nothing, if you ask me. I will not go over there unless I'm driving past for some reason. But the Joann's and the Hobby Lobby are like one parking lot over from the other. I have to go through a little neighborhood to get from one to the other, or out on the road for 300 yards to get to the next one. So they're right next to one another. And then the Michaels is off in another section of town, and actually it's in a higher rent district than Joann's and Hobby Lobby is. It's across the street from the only big mall we have left, and it's in the same shopping center as Target and grocery store, and so it's in the higher. I'm quite sure its square footage costs them a lot more than the other two. Okay, one more. Oh, she's got hot tea and apple pie. You're going to make me want dessert, and I'm not going to do that. So, the next door neighbors must have come in or something. Oh, yep, somebody did. The dogs are barking. I don't know if you guys can hear them. Those dogs over there only bark when somebody gets too close to their fence. But boy, you should hear them when the yard guys come. The next door neighbors have, I don't know what you call them. They come and they spray the yard. Something I don't believe in, which, means that we have weeds in our yard. So that's why she doesn't like us, I think. Anyways, the yard guy comes, and man, those dogs just have a conniption fit. Besides the fact that they're spraying poison all over everywhere, the dogs do not like the yard guys. I'm glad. Camelon, thank you, Becky. I think theirs is true green, but yeah. Oh well, they're nice neighbors, and other than I cannot stand her and the leaf blower. They have a big party with their family every Saturday night, and they are just fun to listen to because they're loud. At 11:30 or 11 o'clock, not 11:30, 11 o'clock it gets silent. The party's done. They might be out there till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, but they are quiet. They do not continue being noisy and the likes of that. And she keeps her yard immaculate. I, can't complain about that. But I don't believe in spraying stuff on the lawn. I really don't. I'm just bad. I think sometimes my husband wishes I did, but because he gets tired of the weeds. Becky, yeah. Or no, that's not Becky. That's Nancy. Yes, I think so. And you know what, Becky? The weeds put more oxygen into the air than the grass does. Because most of them have broader leaves and therefore do better for the environment. But I don't even like to have the lawn cut, but Jeffrey finds it necessary to cut it so that it's not knee high. I mean, he leaves it awful long though. A lot of the neighbors, I think, look at us and go, why hasn't he cut the lawn yet? But when we lived in South Dakota, he would let it get up as high as my shin before he would cut it. And that made me happy. Okay, that one does not want to pull down. What's going on? Well. Huh. For some reason, that one's it didn't pull, and there we go. There we go. I'm sure, Nancy. I'm sure. Yes, Sonny. Besides, dandelions are edible. If you didn't know that, they're very edible. Okay, so now I'm going to decorate my tags, at least for a little while. So, and Nancy, it doesn't surprise me. Chemicals are not good for animals any more than they're good for us. Yeah, Kathy, I'm kind of odd. Guys, I have something really weird happening in my neighborhood. Huh. I don't know what's going on, but 6 cars very slowly just drove down the road. It's been a weird week. Okay, so I need some images now. And I'm not sure what we were talking about. Yes, Becky, and we're losing our bees more and more. And Sonny, it is kind of good. I don't mind it. Yeah, there was 6 cars in a row, and that's not normal. Normally they come into here one at a time, and they just go very slowly down the road. But I can't see them now, so they're not in my yard, so that's what matters. Okay, we'll not worry about them. We'll figure they're gone off somewhere. Okay, I have butterflies. I sort of need some flowers. I'm going to have to do something about flowers. I'm out of flowers, I guess. I can make some flowers out of stuff. Oh, I know what I could use, but I don't know where it's at. I'm not going to worry about them, Janet. I figure that they're probably just doing whatever they're doing. We've had some strange things going on around here. Anyways, I was in here working the other day, and 5 cars pulled up out in front of the house, and Jeffrey was gone. And then I realized that he was walking towards us without his car. So what they had done is they had walked the neighborhood. They were, Holly, I would have, the way it looked, that's what it looked like. And Becky, no, they weren't patrol cars. We have had cops in here, though. Oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do. And it did kind of look like a funeral procession, Holly, but if it was, there's no, let me see if I can find my brain cells. There's no cemetery where they would be doing that. So I don't know. They're probably all together and have been somewhere and are coming back. I'm going to use this little flower punch, and I'm going to punch some black and white. Oh, I hate this thing on this punch. Some big black and white flowers. Let's see, they may be too big. Let's see. Nope, I like them. And then I'm going to cut out some little butterflies. And I'm going to put butterflies and flowers on these tags. And the dogs are barking because the next door neighbors are coming home from work. I just saw the big truck come in, so that's what my guess. When they come in 3 or 4 at a time because they all work together. And so, depending upon, well, I shouldn't say they all work together. They all do the same thing. So when they come back home, they usually come in 2 or 3 cars. But they own a business that they do drywall texture. It's called something lace. And they put this texture on the drywall. Janet, this punch is a Fiskars punch. I've had it a long time. I do not like this thing, but I haven't broke it off of there because, you know, I keep thinking, maybe there's a reason it's on there, but it irritates me. I like the ones where I can take this piece off and just put it in the thing with the other punches and not have to fight with it. Okay, Giovanni, I actually printed these off. Hold on, guys. Give me just a minute to figure out what's going on out there now. Boy, I'm having a very odd neighborhood thing. I just had a truck turn around in my driveway. Oh well, they're all right. Okay, and these are the same butterflies. They were copyright-free images that were on the internet, and I just downloaded them into a Word file, and then I printed them. And if you look, they're not fabulous images. They kind of pixelate, but they make me happy, and that's all that matters. Um, Sorry about that for being gone off the reservation sort of thing. I make them different sizes, and because I just love butterflies, so if you search copyright-free images, you can come up with quite a few. And that's, if I'm going to print images of over and over again of one thing, and I wanted butterflies, that's what I do. Now, I don't print images very often because I have enough in my stash of magazines and that kind of thing, but I didn't have hardly any butterflies. So, now I think I found a butterfly book here recently, and that I want to cut up, but I haven't I put stuff away and I haven't dug it back out. That's what happened. So I found a bird book and a butterfly book. Thrift store shopping or something like that, I think. Nope, too big. Hi, Teresa. Yeah, Lynn, it has to do with enlarging them. They print real nice when they're tiny, but they pixelate when they grow. So it's just one of those things. And this is a laser printer. I got I had an issue with my inkjet printer. It just made me so mad I couldn't see straight. And what's really interesting is it works fine with Windows 8, but it absolutely will not behave with Windows 10. And it's old, so apparently it's something to do with the software, because Jeff's still using it. But the day I needed to print invoices for my work, I fought it for 2 days, and I finally said, I'm going to go buy myself a bloody printer. So that is what I did. Okay, something simple. That's what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to use this glue because I've got the wax underneath there. The wax of the crayon is going to make your glue stick not want to stick very well. So that's why I'm going to use this mono glue to stick stuff down. How are everybody else's tags coming? We doing all right? I really like the backgrounds. And Mary's liking her tags, and Patricia says hers are okay. Now you guys know that a lot of times I take my marker or a pencil and I go around my designs. There again, what you use to go around your designs, remember that you're writing on wax, so if it's not a permanent marker, it might not write, and sometimes it just does not want to write anyways. This marker's having an issue. But outlining your images will make them pop. And that's always, you know, something to think about. It makes them separate from the background. Which makes me think I need to get myself some more. I had to throw one of these away the other day. I actually used all the ink up. It wouldn't write anymore. It said, I'm done. And see how it makes the images just pop up a little bit. Thank you, Janet. And Lynn. And Christy. And Kendra's doing pretty good. Okay, so that's one. I had a flower image. Now then, where did it go? Now I had a specific little image I started to pull out of here earlier and I cannot, well, we'll just use some, we'll just make one. Oh, how about this? We need to use this 4-leaf clover in honor of St. Patrick's Day today. And there's a bunch of flowers. So let's do a St. 4-leaf clover. Thanks, Lynn. I hope everybody's been having fun today. Like I said, for some reason I feel a little bit I don't know, off track or something. I don't know what it is today. I hope I wasn't too disjointed. Too I don't know what even the word is. I can't even think of the word. Bouncy, I guess. Bouncing from one thing to another. It's the leprechauns. Thank you. Thanks, Mary. Yeah, it's the leprechauns today. I honestly think it's waking up at 4:30 3 days in a row. Um, it's been one of those weeks where I just seem to be waking up at the wrong time. Too many things, not enough time. Yeah, erratic. Thank you, Holly. Erratic. Duh. See, I can't even think of the words. And leprechauns protect their pot of gold. What do you do after Tanya? Mary's fault. She gets us going on that. Mary's fault. She gets us going. Oh, at 4:30. No, I don't get up for Mary, but that's, I get up and sometimes I get to see Mary because I got up. But okay, Lisa. Oh dear. Okay, honey, please let us know. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I'm not going to be able to stay on much longer, but gosh, Lisa, I sure hope you get to that you're not getting sick again. Um, but Kendra, yeah, I think it's all Mary's fault. Maybe Mary's alarm clock is ringing in my room. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. We'll just blame her, even though, it's not really her fault. We'll just blame her anyways. I'm just so mean to Mary. We're just picking on you, Mary. Oh, am I after their gold? Yeah, that's right. No, because I figure a pot of gold would just not, it wouldn't do me any good. I don't know. I just think that a pot of gold would probably be more trouble than it was worth. Yeah, and Tracy, the other thing about yeah, nothing is Mary's fault. Okay, nothing is Mary's fault. The other thing about Mary setting the clock, she doesn't just set the clock for us all. She sets the tempo of how much we're trying to get done. And boy, I can't keep up with her. She gets so much done. She just amazes me. But no, Mary, nothing is your fault. I might have to find some words for these. Let's see if we can find something fun. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to come back and finish them another day because it's getting late. I think they need words. For some reason, they just need words. Okay, time for dinner, Kendra. I just wrote in the glue. That's why my ink pen has stopped working. I need to stop trying to do the outlining while it's still wet. It's writing on the wax just fine, but I just got glue on it again. So that's what's happening. I'm just gonna stop and not try to do the outlining till later. But let's see. I found some fun ways to get words recently. I really like taking a page and finding words on the page. That was real fun. And sometimes the words don't mean a thing. Oh, but I like that one. Oops. It says the vigilant eyes. Of the leprechauns. There we go. The vigilant eyes of the leprechauns. How about that? That's because you're keeping up with all of us, Mary. But all of us can't keep up with you. You do what 5 people can do. You're just amazing. Just know that we love you, Mary. Okay, I like that one. Let's see what else might be fun in here for the other tag. I like this. It says kept walking. Don't know where he's walking to, but he kept walking. Sometimes they're more fun than that, but we'll use that one today. Kept walking in order to... we'll just go kept walking. No. Kept walking in order. There we go. I like that. Neck bones and potatoes. Okay. Teresa, I'm glad you were here. Yeah, Mary, but you know, I work for myself, so I'm supposed to be, you know, retired. I told Jeffrey I'm retiring next year. That's why I told him. After my birthday next year, I'm going to retire. All right, let's do one more. I'm going to do one more. I had this. It's already on cardboard. You okay, Jeff? Okay. He dropped something, guys, if you didn't hear it. He says he's fine. It's on card because I glued it on there for one of our other little pieces and I didn't ever use it. So I'm going to use this one. We're not having corned beef either, Lynn. I suppose I should have done that, but corned beef is not something I cook. If Jeffrey wants corned beef, I usually let him order it somewhere. I'm not one that cooks it. I cook a lot of things, but corned beef is not one I usually cook. I'm not sure I like corned beef, really. There are things I cook for him that I'm not particularly fond of, and yes, I do eat them even though I am not fond of them. But corned beef is one of those things I just don't usually cook. I think that's the way Jeffrey likes it too. Livers and gizzards are another thing he just really likes, but I won't have them cooked in my house even. I can't stand the smell of them cooking, so if he wants those, he has to eat them out. Oh, he can bring them home already cooked, but I can't stand the smell of them cooking. Yep, Mina's putting in a pot of gold. Ooh, cube steaks and gravy with biscuits and taters. That sounds good. Well, I'll have to look at it because, you know, he does like it. And he seems to think I'm a halfway decent cook. Although, you know, it's probably the last time I used a recipe was probably months ago. I tend to cook by whatever looks good. Okay, now this is on some card. So I could put it, just glue it straight down and it would have more dimension than just a piece of paper. Oh, cornbread is good. We like cornbread too. But, okay, it's not in there. I wonder what I did with it. There it is. I got this at the Dollar Tree recently, and it is foam tape pieces. So, no good, and it's already stuck to something else. Oh no, it's gonna fall apart. Oh, what a bad mess. Okay, let's try to, and I'll figure that mess out later. But what I'm gonna, it's dimensional, so I'm going to put on 2 or 3 pieces back here. And I got it at Dollar Tree, so it was $1 for the whole big thing. And I'm putting so many pieces on because this is going to go in and out of the envelope. So, and because it's got little pokey things on the top of it. So there we go. So now it's going to have dimension. And I'll set that mess aside and figure it out later. Yeah, I would go with the shamrocks. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. That one. That one, the paper tore, not that it didn't come off the adhesive. It was the paper was tearing. And I have found the pokey tool works, but your X-Acto knife works real well too to get this stuff off of there. But my fingernails do not work at all for some reason. Oh, I forgot. I want a piece of... I like putting something in my little collages. If they're supposed to be tied together, I like putting some little piece of paper or something in each one that is the same. So I'm going to use another piece of this. Oh good, it's just long enough. Thank you, Mina. Mina. Okay. Now we need a butterfly. Well, I hope everybody had fun today. And I apologize again for canceling last week, but my kiddo was way more important than this. Sorry about that, guys. You are important to me. I love you all, but I hadn't seen him in 3 years, so. Oh, I love that. I love the background. I love it. Oh. You can't see anything for the mess I have made, but let's put, oh, I have to have some words, don't I? Gotta find some words for that one. Well, let's see if there's something on this page that will be fun. Okay. Oh, the reason is this is an odd story. So, climb the steps to the street. I like that. That'll work. Very odd and different little sayings. Makes you wonder what we were doing. I have to look for a better story for another time. Like I said, I hope you all had fun today. I know you're not finished, and I know I'm not finished. Because I haven't even got finished half my tags. So maybe sometime this week I'll come back on, and I don't want to promise that though. I'll let you know in group if I come back on to finish these up. But for right now, this is going to have to be it because it is 4:30. I've been on here 4.5 hours. It's time to go fix dinner for someone I know who has just come back with all the groceries and put them away. So, I'm going to read you a quote from my 1001 Ways to Creativity, and then I'm going to go, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. And, oh, wait a minute. Do not forget, well, it's actually 2 Tuesdays. We will be on Lisa's channel. Janet, Janet, are you still here? Becky, are you one of you? I know Lisa's gone, so she can't do it. But could you, somebody put a link to Lisa's channel? I'm glad you did, Sonny. Lisa's channel, the 26th, which is a Tuesday. Mary and Lisa and I will be finishing our toilet paper tube book. Let me get it out and show you some of what's happening in it. Janet is going to put a link. This is my pages so far. Let me just set that down. I got this. This is my pages so far, and these are my tags. I did have to go back, guys, and recut tags out of some cardstock that was heavier because my tags were not sturdy enough. The toilet paper tubes that were just not heavy enough. These will go on the end of the tag, and the tag will go in here. And this is our hangout from, we started Tuesday night. Janet has posted you a link to Lisa's channel, and we will be finishing this up on Lisa's channel Tuesday the 26th at 7 Central. And Mary and Lisa and I will be doing that to finish up. The first part, if you're interested in, if you didn't do it and you're interested in the first part, it is on my channel, and it was last Tuesday night. So that's just a little blurb, and we have another week before we have to remember it. And you have a week to play catch up with where we're going to be. Sunny, it was fun, and you have plenty of time to do it if you want to play with us next week from Tuesday. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to read you a quote, and then I'm going to go. Let's see where it's at. Don't blame others for your frustrations. You can turn your frustrations into something creative if you are honest about them. Sometimes I wonder about the quotes in this book, but that is 1001 Ways to Creativity, and that is it for today. And I love you all, and I'll see you next Sunday. Of course, I'll see you probably Tuesday at Lisa's. Mary's going to be on tomorrow morning. Not Tuesday at Lisa's. Let's see. Mary's going to be on tomorrow morning. Lisa will be on tomorrow night. Mary usually does Tuesday and Thursday mornings. Becky is on Wednesday night. Mary does Friday night. Beth, who I think is gone, she's been popping in and out, so you'll want to check out her channel. I mean, we all had fun, so that's what matters. I'm so glad you guys came. And Norma, I'm really glad you popped in. Bye, everybody. And Sunny, I will check my email. Oh, Sunny, if you're not aware, I have a Facebook group where we show our stuff off. Oh, yes, Lisa is going to post a prep video. Oh, yeah, Lisa has a little prep video for tomorrow night. You will want to take a look at that. You know what, guys? Before I end the stream, Becky or Janet, could you post Lisa's prep video for tomorrow night? And Sunny, I will check my email. Okay, and you are. I'm sorry, Sunny. I'm, not all together here. Janet posted the Facebook page. Lisa has a prep video for prepping for tomorrow night. You know how she did the 3-dimensional thing last week? Well, she's doing something else this week. So it's also going to be kind of 3-dimensional. So you want to double check on that. There's Lisa's prep video. Okay, guys, I'm going to sign off. Good night. Have fun.